Good morning and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. If we could start with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I was going to say Mayor Hilford. Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell. Present. Councillor Croson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick. Councillor Parker. Here. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
Acting Mayor Carlson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Palladino.
Present.
Mayor Higgin.
Present.
And Councillor Middleton Hope is still on leave. Thank you.
Right. City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and make Lethbridge their home. And with recognitions, I'll start to my far right to Councillor Croson.
There's so much going on right now, so I'm just going to keep it simple and just say, happy holidays, all the best to everyone and their families over the holidays. And thanks to the helpers, those who volunteer, donate, help out their neighbors, and in so many ways make the holidays better for all. There are so many groups doing so much. I know if I tried to list them right now, I would miss a whole bunch, but it is absolutely incredible how giving and amazing our community is, and thank you to everyone who is part of that.
Councillor Palladino.
Thank you. I know you're going to bring this up because you had the mayor's breakfast, so I'll leave that to you. I met with the, what is it called? The Lethbridge Trail Alliance. They signed an agreement with the city to take better management and care of the trails in the River Valley. And I also visited Pickle Point, a indoor pickleball facility, which is awesome, actually, and I think I'm going to sign up for that. But that's it for the two.
Excellent. All right, Councillor Parker.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you. I just want to send out recognition to everyone who believes in science, who believes that the earth is round, and that vaccines save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks. Just want to get a couple of things. This is our last council meeting before Christmas break. We didn't get the Memorial Cup, but the Pronghorn Ringette University Challenge Cup is coming up on December 26th to 31st. First time Lethbridge has ever hosted this event. 16 universities from right across the country are coming to the Cavendish Farm Center, so that's going to be an exciting lot. It's amazing how much ringette there is in the city, so that's a big event. Also, the mayor's breakfast, we were at that with a number of other councillors. I just wanted to make mention of a gentleman that was at my table. His name is Prakesh Timsina. Spent 18 years in a refugee camp in Nepal and finally got accepted as a refugee to Canada. And he came here, started washing dishes just to get going. And now he's a minister there's 3,000 Nepalese in the city, the biggest Nepalese population in Canada, which I did not know about. So it was really great to meet him. Also, something, you maybe take for granted. There was a Plod Adipo event on Saturday at Green's Pop Shop. Finding out that in 2023, they helped organization fundraise over $130,000. They also raised over $57,000 for local food banks. And Albertans have returned over 2 billion beverage containers, which is a recovery rate of 85%, which is the highest in Canada. So great organization here in the city, and also because I keep getting asked if I'm going to be Santa at Christmas time with the beard. I am not, but I am in Fiddler on the Roof with Lethbridge Symphony. So come and see it at the end of January. Thank you very much. Pass to you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't top that. And as Councillor Croson said, there's so much going on. I would be remiss if I tried to name them all and left some groups out. So I'm just going to say the very happiest of holiday season to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations to Nikki Yuko on the launch of another successful Winter Lights Festival. The festival does run until February 28th, and tickets are available at nikkiyuko.com. And also congratulations to the YWCA on raising $160,000 at its annual gala on December 3rd. That was also Giving Tuesday. The funds will go to programs and services that responds to the needs of women and children in our community. A reminder that the Stockings of Hope campaign is still on until December 21st, and you can visit ywcalethbridge.com for more information on that. Thank you very much.
Awesome. I think pretty much everything is covered. I will touch base on the, on last Saturday, we had the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, and very well attended. Thank my colleagues that were there. And also that evening, we had the community band. So there was the 31st annual Mayor's Christmas concert. So they had two community bands, the Gold Band and the Silver Band, and also they had the Nicholas Sharon senior choir. So these grades 2s, 3s, and 4s. It was just absolutely amazing. What a great time that. If you weren't in the Christmas spirit, you definitely were when you left that. And outside that, just want to make sure this will be our last council meeting of the, well, scheduled council meeting currently of the year. And so, so we want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So with that, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Palladino. Be it resolved the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on December 10th, 2024 be adopted as presented. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes?
Yes, Mayor Higgin, I do have 3 amendments to today's agenda. The first one, admin requests to bring forward item 9.1, that's the extended producer's responsibility collections, to be the first item of business today after the consent agenda for council's consideration. The second one is another bring forward, item 14.1. It's in the closed agenda, Key to the City. That should be brought forward prior to lunch today. And then finally, we have one item to add to the agenda, confidential verbal report, labor matter update. That will become the new 14.5 to be the last item of business today. Thank you.
All right. As with the changes, Councillor Palladino.
With the amendments and additions, I will move adoption of the agenda.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Now, there are 6 pages of consent agenda. To my colleagues, I'm sure everyone is able to see that within their package, as well as public has seen this. So I will move, take the motion from Acting Mayor Carlson to approve the consent agenda as presented, and it should be up there on the screen, again, in your package and online. Councillor Carlson.
Ignore him, I'm first in queue.
All right. Oh,
Okay. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do apologize to my colleagues for these 400 pages of our 1,643-page agenda. I trust that we've all reviewed it and approved the work that has been done in committee, and I'd call for my colleagues' support.
Councillor Crowson.
I'm going to ask that we pull 2 things from the consent agenda, 4.3.7, which I am sure that is what Councillor Dodig might be after as well, and 4.3.8. 7 and 8.
The first one is the Code of Conduct bylaw.
Yes,
And the
and then the
second one is
succession
succession planning for council policy.
So 4.3.7 and 4.3.8. And, all right, Councillor Dodick.
Pull 4.3.6.
So that's 4.3.6, 4.3.7, and 4.3.8.
So that was the land use
So,
bylaw renewal, Phase
Yes.
2 public engagement plan. Those will go to Section 8. So they will be 8.13, 8.14, 8.15.
1.4, and 8.1.5. All All right, if we just take a couple minutes to compile that. Is that, are you,
Me too.
Mr. Westerson, good on the fly there? All right.
Would it be easier if we just vote against the entire consent agenda? Because that's where I'm at right now.
All right. So we do have the consent agenda with items 436, 437, and 438 being pulled and will be renumbered as 8.13, 8.14, and 8.15. With that, Acting Mayor Carlson. Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? All right. So if it is not unanimous, everything gets pulled. So everything, thank you, Councillor Carlson, will be pulled from the agenda and looked at individually. So thank you. Madam City Clerk, anything to add?
We're not pulling everything, are we, from the consent agenda? Just those 3 items, right?
No, because if not everybody's in approval, they all have to be pulled. If not 100%.
So does council want to waive that rule in the procedure bylaw, or do you really want to pull everything from the consent agenda?
Discussion?
If we're not honoring the work of committee, let's not honor the work of committee.
All right. All right, we'll need breakfast tomorrow morning and the next, no, that's right. So we will move on then with each one individually then, unless my colleagues, if there's anything to add? You don't want to do, did you want to take a couple minutes to discuss this, or?
He's entitled.
It's entitled to do that, yes. So, okay, we'll move forward individually. All right. So then we start off with 8 point, they will be 8.1. We'll probably need a couple minutes there, Mr. Westerson, now with that one. So please give us 5 to 10 minutes here as we recompile this as where they will fit within the community submissions. Thank you. thank you again for your patience. Post the consent agenda conversations, I do have a motion from Acting Mayor Carlson, motion arising to disband standing policy committees. Be it resolved, the City Council disband the standing policy committees with all work to come direct to Council and direct administration to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to come to the January 21st, 2025 meeting of City Council to be effective February 1st, 2025. Open it up for questions first. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. And can I say I didn't see this one coming? Question for you. So some scenarios here. So if you were successful in passing this, I want to think about the positive consequences and also the negative consequences. It depends, and that could be a subjective term, negative or positive. So for example, right now, the Police Commission reports to the Safety SPC, I do believe. So would they just be reporting to Council then? Correct. Okay. And quite often, I know sometimes when we have a motion or a resolution at an SPC level, it's defeated. So as the community knows, we have 4 members of councils that sit on SPC. We don't ever have a majority. So if there's a tie vote of 2-2, which by our procedure bylaw equals defeat, so would the resolution come to a council meeting consensus showing defeat, or could council re-vote on things? That's what I'm concerned about. That's the question.
And that's the way it currently happens. If this motion passes, there won't be ties in committees because there will be no more SPCs. All the work that's been done in committees will be done here at Council. So that all, I would say 9, right now 8 of us do the work.
Okay, so I'm going to keep myself as an open mind here, but I'm going to listen to your debate, and then I may have questions in your debate if the chair allows that.
I think with what we're looking at right here, this is, I think, many surprises here this morning. However, questions, yes, after you hear opening debate, I think that would be fair to.
Thank you.
If there's any questions. And Councillor Schmidt-Rumble, do you have questions now, or do you want to hear debate first? All right, go ahead.
So clarification, all work comes back to us, the 8 of us. Does that mean that the public would have opportunities to speak at the council meeting now instead of the SPCs? Because right now we don't permit public to speak at council. So would they, if we're replacing SPC work with all council work, would the public be permitted to speak to council?
Likely not at a council meeting. If we went back to the old CIC system, the Community Issues Committee, but that's a blast from the past, that would be the opportunity to speak. But I would assume that no, not at council unless they were on the agenda in advance.
Okay, thank you.
So just to confirm that, the public still would have the opportunity to speak as they do now with SPCs. It would just be at a Community Issues Committee meeting as was previously, correct?
If that was formed by council. But at the moment, my resolution would just be to get rid of all SPCs and have all the work done at council so that we're all present for all of the work, so that we don't have to redo the work twice.
And so we could have them speak at, the engagement is important for the community. We could have them come to council and speak. We can change that. Council can do that. Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, to open debate, Councillor Carlson.
Mr. Mayor, I think most of my debate was already in my answer to the previous question. The work in committees, I do enjoy the deep dive in committees. I do appreciate that most of my colleagues attempt to show up to committees. But I guess when you see the work, hours and hours of work at committee, then come to council because, well, everyone wants another shot at it. I just think it's a waste of people's time. Why not get rid of the first shot and just do all the work here so we're all present and can do the work? That's basically it. It's just not to waste people's time in committee and then have it redone in council.
Councillor Dodek.
I'm in debate.
Yeah, you're in debate. You can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, for many of the reasons that Councillor Carlson said, I will be supporting his resolution. I've had the misfortune of age to have served both at the Community Issues Committee meetings as well as the SPC process. The SPC process has 4 members of council on it. They talk a lot, ask a lot of questions. Many times there's no members of council to speak at them, and if there are, they're usually those who have a specific axe to grind. You'll see from, if you went to the various committee meetings, various documents were produced, sometimes 300, 400 pages. And when we have these consent agenda items and have all of the SPCs, you end up with a council agenda which has 644 pages on it. Now, I do trust my colleagues on the SPCs for the most part to make the correct decisions, but there's a lot of things and documents that are in there that I disagree with. So then what happens is we pull things off the consent agenda, we ask questions on them, and so we're having a duplication of effort. I had on a number of occasions, half in jest and half in serious, been saying that I would be bringing an official business motion to get rid of SPCs because I believe they don't serve a function that is not better served by all members of council. Decision, as Councillor Carlson has noted, a decision at an SPC is not binding on council, and when you have 4 members of council, you don't have a quorum, and that's how they were designed. I'd rather be reading this stuff at council and making decisions on it rather than sometimes voting on agenda items when I haven't really put as much time into it as I should. And with respect to the comments about community issues committees, people said that they didn't serve as good a function as this. I disagree on that. They serve a function, just as does the economic SPC, which would still remain because that's a council as a whole, and if it's not, it will be quickly reintroduced if that SPC was meant to be reduced, because that'll have to be done. But the Community Issues Committee, it may have dealt with various issues, but what difference does it make? If you're dealing with a safety issue as item 1, with some assets as item 2, it's no different than the council. We're dealing with different issues at the same time in any event, so I will be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for what's been said thus far. I do have Councillor Campbell in the list.
I won't support the mission, the motion. I for one really like the SPCs. I like being there. I like. I believe it's working. I know that there are times when we can't get a consensus, which is why it goes to council and make the decisions there. But I think, in my experience since we started this, and thanks to a lot of work that went into devising this method of bringing the community together, I do think it is working. I do think it serves a purpose, and we still have, if things are that controversial, we do have the ability at council during regular council meetings to bring them forward and to have a further discussion. But I would say for the most part, these SPCs are in fact working and are important for continuing on with what we do.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate the spirit of the motion, and I can appreciate the concerns that some of my colleagues have with regards to SPCs. I've shared those as well. However, without establishing an opportunity for the community to speak to the issues, I won't be supporting this unless we can provide an alternate opportunity where the community can come back and give feedback, because that's important for us to hear. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
In light of what I've just heard previously, I would like to make amendment to the current motion arising, if I could, and that members of the public will be able to speak at City Council meetings. That would need to. So with that, if it's not, do I vacate the chair, Madam City Clerk? for that? All right. Councillor Palladino? So background to it, just as Councillor Schmidt-Rempel had mentioned that she was unable to support this the way it stands now because she likes the idea of the community being able to speak at council meetings. That's the only way I would be able to support it. So why not put that in the resolution here that council or members of the public will be able to speak at city council meeting. So if we can, we'll just take a minute to put that together and return with that reso. Now, after 2025, does that mean in 2026? After the 2025 at the top, February 21st. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any questions from council on the amendment? Marker? Oh,
Oh, my questions is going to go somewhere, so I want people to bear with me here. So I appreciate what you're trying to do here. Are you at all concerned, Mr. Mayor, in regards to, I understand the thrust of the resolution, and I also understand both sides. You folks, do you believe that maybe we are doing something very hasty here, and we're making a very quick decision on something that is changing a process? This is going to put your administration, especially your city clerk's department, upside down. This is going to put process in regards to how our committees deal with us upside down. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad idea or a good idea, but do you think it might be more important to maybe table this, to give some sober thought, to ponder the pros and cons, and then to come back in January to make a decision of the consequences, both positive and negative? Because I think if we just write a resolution right now like that, we really don't know exactly what's going to happen. So I think it would be more, probably more prudent on our part as representatives of the community, knowing the consequences of these decisions here, to refer this or to table this until the first council meeting in January.
So do we have now there's a motion on the floor.
No, but do you agree with what I
first.
just said? My question is, do you agree with what I said?
No. No, as a question, and I'm sure many around here, I did not expect this. I thought we would be in to hour 2 of our next item on the agenda. However, I understand why this came forward, and if we need to deal with it, we need to deal with it in a thoughtful manner and look at the consequences of those actions. So I would withdraw what I had if there is I'm hoping there's a
I'll make the
resolution coming
motion
forward.
that we would table this to the, postpone this until, when is our first meeting in January, Madam City Clerk? The 21st of January. I would make that motion for postponement.
Postponement. So is there any, okay, Councillor
What happens to the
Schmidt-Rempel?
No, I understand what happens to the resolution when we're tabling it. With this, Councillor Parker, if we are looking for understanding what the public wants and taking that sober thought on that, can we permit public to ask us questions about this particular issue during that council meeting? Because I would like to have public speak to it at that council meeting then as well, if they see value or not in SPCs.
I think the important thing is what happens on the 21st, am I correct on that? That we'll have something in place in regards to addressing all those concerns. Because I think we need to come back on the 21st exactly knowing what we want to do moving forward. And if that, later on, if through a resolution on the 21st, it may entail that, but at least we'll have a little more background, a little more
No,
understanding.
but I'm asking that, can the public talk to us on the 21st about this? Could they speak to us at that council meeting about this?
So, Madam
Yeah.
City Clerk, is there not a current,
Yeah.
what's in our procedure bylaw
Our
right
procedure
now?
bylaw doesn't allow the public
It
to
does
speak
not,
during council
but
meetings.
Counselor Parker, if you want to amend your motion to allow public to speak.
It's there.
It's
No, no,
going
I'm-
beyond a
On
friendly.
his
I
motion
prefer
to
these all
postpone,
be
it's not
voted
there.
on as amendments, because you're going beyond friendlies when you do this.
I'm fine with that, I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
Okay.
If we're postponing, the motions come back exactly as they are. There's no additional information for administration to bring back.
Right.
If you're referring and you want additional information for administration to be.
But the postponement may allow us, when it does come forward, to then ask for refer this to administration for more information at that time. I'll make that motion.
So that's on the floor now.
Okay, so that's on the floor. Any questions to that motion? Seeing none?
Question.
Wait, you're adding public can speak
Yeah,
to the 21st.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can debate.
You can debate as to time for a postponement only.
Yeah.
The date.
Which is the 21st.
Or 2025? Yeah, send it to governance.
But, and can I speak to my postponement at all?
Yes, you can. And then I do
So I would
have-
recommend if we do postpone, we postpone this and refer this maybe to governance, that all members of council participate in that committee meeting, even though there's only 4 members of council on that and only 4 members of council can vote on that. If we're going to allow that, if we want community input, all of us should be present there. Governance.
There's no governance in January, it'd be February.
Okay, then council meeting then. With the
Councillor Do-
addition of, maybe, and by allowing community to come to that meeting, it'll show probably the validity of the CIC process, which could occur later on.
All right, so let's.
Question, I called the question.
So I do have, you've opened debate. Councillor Dodick, if this is just on the postpone and the date. Or do you have a question? All right, go ahead.
I think there was enough information on the proposed resolution as amended, so that the motion to postpone, I would say, would be postponed to 5 seconds from now, so that we can deal with the motion. In other words, I will be voting against the postponement.
I see no further debate to close. Question's been called. Now, all in favor of, again, moving this forward to the January 21st as indicated above? Opposed? All right. So that is 6-2. Passes. Thank you. All right, next we have a presentation regarding the extended producer responsibility and collections by Ms. Parker. If you can please come up and give us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I wanted to talk to you today about extended producer responsibility in terms of collections. I'll first introduce our team. I'm Mandy Parker with the Waste and Environment team. We have Mitch Stevenson, Adam Faust, Steve Rosie, and James Nichols. So what is EPR? which is extended producer responsibility. It's the printed paper and packaging that will be regulated by the provincial government. It'll shift the responsibility of the life cycle of said packaging from municipalities and ratepayers to the producers of the packaging. This program will commence on April 1st, 2025. Now, there are 4 contracts that we've been working through. The collections and the promotion and education contract are part of this conversation, and they've been added together. So technically, there's 3 contracts. The city will be a contractor to deliver the residential Blue Cart recycling services. This will be for residential, single, and multifamily residents. And the multifamily or communal collections that have their exemption, those services will be delayed until October 2026. We'll be awarded a contract, but we'll need to compete for it in the future. So nothing will change what goes into the Blue Cart. It'll be status quo, but there will be potential new items in the future as the program matures. The $9 or $7 recycling charge will be removed from the residential utility bills as of April 1st, 2025, and this will be a household savings of $108 approximately a year. So this is what it'll look like on a utility bill, going from about $30.54, and that's calculated over a 30-day month, to $21.54. As a contractor bidding on future work, there may be some additional opportunities for the next contract. Just threw those up here just as a possibility, but we don't know what that looks like yet. Now, there are 2 options, opt out or opt in. If we were to opt out of the program, that means we would back out of the Blue Cart program and hand that over to Circular Materials for delivery of that program. If we opt in, we'll continue to deliver the services as we currently do, and it'll be a status quo service with a reduction in utility bill. So our recommendations would be to opt in to the EPR program, authorize the city manager to execute and manage the service contract with Circular Materials, and direct the city manager to return in Q1 with the amendments to the bylaw that would be applicable to the EPR program. Were there any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Parker. I do see there are questions. I'd start off with, the first one is, what's the downside? I'm seeing a removal and a credit on the utility bill. Can you tell me, there's got to be, when you weigh this out, as I went through the presentation previously and as I've seen it again here now, I'm trying to look for what's negative about moving forward with the recommendation. Is there anything that's...
I can't think of a downside.
And that's what I was finding, but I couldn't see anything. So thank you very much for your presentation. I do have questions. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Yes, thank you very much. I mean, I don't think there's anyone who's going to be upset to having $9 taken off their bill starting April 1st. How long is the contract that we'll be signing?
We did sign an NDA.
Okay.
With Circular Materials, and so anything to do with that contract in terms of terms or pricing, we'd have to take in camera.
Okay, perfect. So it is in place, it's there. And will there be any changes to our city staffing or anything as we move forward?
If we move forward with a recommendation, no.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Parker, for bringing this update forward to us. In our summary sheet on the front page, we have that multifamily residents that have been that have an exemption to the recycling program will remain status quo and brought back into phase 2 of EPR in October 2026. Can you help me understand what exactly that means, what brought into means, and what that might mean for condo groups and that sort of thing, those that have set up their own programs?
Sure. They currently have their own programs or pay for a separate contractor to deliver those services. And so what that means is they'll continue on with whatever program they have going on, and they'll continue to pay for recycling as they are currently. And for phase 2 of EPR, they will be brought in and included in the contract, and the services will be delivered free of charge to them at that time.
So it'll be free of charge?
In October 2026.
26,
Yes.
okay. And that's been communicated to them?
We're working on it.
Okay.
We have been talking with some of the management companies, but we're still going forward with that process. We needed to nail this down first to see where we were going to go.
Okay. And what does that do to the private businesses that are currently operating that service and offering those services to those groups?
They will go into the pool to compete just like everyone else to deliver services. It'll depend on what's happening at that time. If we're still delivering the contract, then they would come into the city contract, and those services wouldn't be provided by, no matter who wins or loses, there will be one service provider.
Okay, one service provider. So we could very well be affecting some small businesses come 2026 when we're looking at
Yes.
this. The next question I have is that you do mention that we could lose this contract. How likely is that, and what might that mean?
Very good question. I don't know if we can answer that at this time, just given some of the technicalities within the terms and conditions of the agreement. But it is possible, us being a contractor, third-party contractor to deliver the service, we could lose it just like anybody else could.
Okay.
But I don't know what the probability would be at this time.
Okay, and thank you very much. I certainly appreciate that. And I guess just one final statement on this. When we do look at the downsides of it, we do look at putting small business out of business, and that was something that happened when we did the first round of Blue Cart delivery. And then also, just keep in mind that while we're saving money on this end and the responsibility of production is going on to the producers will find a way to put that cost on purchasers. So we might see rising costs at grocery stores when we're out doing our Christmas shopping, anything like that. So that is the downside of extended producer responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on that, the potential downside we could see in 2026 if we lose the contract and then we're left with stranded assets. Is that?
Well, this is the collections contract, so we'll have to see, and depends, the terms of the contract don't necessarily end in 2026. So again, that would have to be an in-camera discussion. But if we're successful and we can continue, we'll just continue as we are. And if we do, in fact, if we are not successful with the contract, then we'll have to deal with it at that time.
Thank you for that. And the second question I had was about just the language about us affecting small businesses. This isn't the city of Lethbridge putting this forward. This is coming down from the province, and we're just trying to be.
Correct. There's a provincial regulation.
Right.
And then it goes through a chain, so the contracts are led right now by the PRO, which would be circular materials for the PPP. EPR is bigger than just paper and packaging. There's a few other things that are involved in that. But yeah, we're at the mercy of the regulations.
Thank you.
If I may add just a little bit on that one, just a reminder, this process, EPR, has been in place or has been in conversations for 15 years. It finally happened, and is, again, like Mandy explained, this is done by the province, was a legislation that was passed, and ARMA is the one directing that as an arm's length from the province. So we are just following what is required. It's not the city of Lethbridge. We are, like any other municipality, trying to sort out all the details that comes with EPR.
And thank you. I just wanted that for clarity, that it's not the city of Lethbridge doing this. This has come down from on high. We're trying to make it work as best as possible for our citizens.
Absolutely, and that'll include the materials that are considered in the program. We don't get to decide that anymore. It'll be on the province to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else? Any other questions from our colleagues? Okay, seeing none, to open debate, or actually, I guess I should read it. I haven't even started the resolution here. We're all over the map today. My apologies. Councillor Dodick has a resolution here, extended producer responsibility collections. Be resolved, the City Council opt in to the extended producer responsibility beginning April 1st, 2025. Number 2, authorize the city manager to execute and manage the service contract with circular materials upon terms and conditions satisfactory to the city manager. And number 3, direct the city manager to return in Q1 2025 with amendments to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw, to facilitate the EPR program. And further be resolved, the City Council direct that the closed meeting documents with respect to extended producer responsibility remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Dodick.
There are choices, and there are not choices. And this is one of them. And I would ask for council support of this resolution.
All right, thank you for that. So with that, question has been called. I see no one else in the queue. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. And with that, we'd like to take about a 10-minute break here, and we'll be back here at 10:50. All right, thank you, everyone, for your patience as we've recompiled things and did the media break. So thank you very much for your patience. We'll move on to presentations. We'll start off with a presentation from Mr. Matthews, and I will turn the time over to you. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, members of council. As previously discussed at the Economic Finance SPC last month, the financial challenges posed by the LD are severe. It has become evident that future councils will need to address an additional $32.1 million in unfunded LD capital projects, which could impact other community initiatives. The Economic and Finance Committee has recommended referring those capital issues to the 2026 Capital Improvement Plan deliberations. Today, however, we face an immediate decision regarding $4.1 million operating shortfall for the Lethbridge District and Exhibition. The Economic and Finance SPC has sought more time and information to evaluate further options to address this shortfall, and that's the reason why we're here today. Over the past few weeks, administration has developed various funding options and engaged with council members on any additional options that they would request. Administration has reviewed all these options and the impacts to taxpayers and the city operating budget and operations. Council will need to balance the needs of today and the requirements of tomorrow through this, and this will be one of the difficult things that council members are facing today. So the presentation will walk the community and you through this analysis. So bear with me 1 second. There we go. Like last year, Council once again faces a decision on whether to continue or cease operations of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition. Both options require a $4.1 million operational funding commitment from the city in 2025. I must note the seriousness of the situation for the Lethbridge and District Exhibition. Currently, LD lacks the revenues for self-sustainability. Without further funding, the LD board administration will need to initiate winding down operations immediately. Utilizing the last of its cash reserves and the remaining portion of the city's emergency grants. Bear with me as my computer is locking up a bit here. Bear with me. See if I can get my mouse to move. There we go. Contrary to common belief, winding down LDE still demands significant funding. This includes $1.6 million for one-time costs, such as mothballing, refunds and other shutdown expenses, plus $2.5 million annually for fixed costs like utilities, property management, and debt payments, even if the facility closes. This would result in a 6.5% tax increase, only 0.8% less than the 7.3% increase required to continue operations. Continuing operations, while costing $4.1 million annually, support local economic activity. According to Tourism Lethbridge, events such as Whoop Up Days, Egg Expo, Glow, and the Agri-Food Innovation collectively contribute to over $4.7 million annually to the local economy. This figure does not include conferences or trade shows. A review of 5 upcoming conferences and trade shows booked at the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center estimates additional economic impacts ranging from approximately $100,000 to nearly $500,000 per event for the local economy. Given the ongoing costs linked to closing LDE and the economic benefits of maintaining operations, administration recommends continuing. Following previous Economic Finance SPC direction, administration has prepared the rest of this presentation under the assumption that council will continue operations. So the ongoing annual operating costs for continuing operations are on the slide before you, and they include a new fee-for-service operating grant starting at $1.8 million in 2025 and decreasing to $1.3 million by 2027. An increase in the pay-as-you-go funding by $1.2 million to cover annual payments for restructuring the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center loan due to LD's inefficient external revenue for meeting these payments as previously projected in 2020. Following the third-party review, recommendations for the city to assume asset and facility management. Additional funding and resources will be necessary. Staffing will increase from 3 additional FTEs in 2025 to 6 by 2027, with associated costs rising from $0.3 million to $0.8 million to support facility operations and the finance of the Lethbridge District Expedition. An extra $0.8 million will also be allocated to the N46 LDE Asset Maintenance Initiative to ensure proper asset management. Per Section 248 of the Municipal Government Act, administration requires council approval through resolution to spend the additional $4.1 million that are not currently approved within the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. As noted earlier, the MGA municipal governments must have a balanced budget. Therefore, the addition of another $4.1 million in the city's operating budget will require the city to fund these expenditures. Additionally, funding can come in different ways. This includes the reallocation of existing operating budget funding, example service reductions or corporate budget contingency, the use of one-time funding from corporate reserves, carryovers, or departmental initiative funding, which is colloquially known as the BAUs, or increases in taxation. Administration has explored several viable funding options for council that use the various funding sources noted and the risks to each. Each of these options will provide the $4.1 million in annual ongoing operating expenditures needed from the city to support the ongoing operations at the exhibition. These include option 1, a full tax increase in 2025, option 2.1, a partial tax increase in 2025 that uses contingency and tax increases, option 2.2, which is a partial tax increase in 2025 using one-time BAU and carryover funding, budget contingency, and a tax increase. Option 3, deferred tax increase, one-time BAU and carryover funding, and a budget contingency. And option 4, city service level reduction by 2027. These options are described in the table, and I will go through these later in the presentation. To understand the impact of these options, administration reviewed each option. Oh, perfect, thank you. Each option for its impact on the taxpayer as well as the impact on the city operating budget and operations. For the impact to taxpayers, they were rated against the following components. Impact of potential lack of transparency of cost to operate LDE, residents' dissatisfaction with the loss of city services or addition of LDE services, impact of tax increase or deferral in economic development in households, and impacts on attraction and recruitment of residents to the community. Thank you. For the impacts to the City of Lethbridge, the options were rated against the following components: an impact of the potential or actual service reduction, impact to budget certainty, financial impact of using contingencies, financial impact of using one-time funding, and the impact contravening fiscal practice on one-time revenues. Based on this impact analysis, the options were assessed against the relative placement on the low to high impact scale for the taxpayers and the low to high impact for the City of Lethbridge. So I will go through each one of these different options and provide some outcomes of this analysis in the latter part of this presentation now. There we go. So the first option is a full tax increase in 2025. This option requires an immediate additional $4.1 million in taxes in 2025. This represents a 2.24% increase over the approved 5.1% tax increase for 2025. This option has the lowest impact to the City of Lethbridge by immediately implementing the full tax increase rather than delaying it. It maintains the corporate budget contingency for any unforeseen needs during 25 to 26 and preserves the ability for one-time allocations during the 28 to 31 budget deliberations by allocating carryovers or surpluses to the MRSR. Additionally, it aligns with Council's fiscal practice of covering ongoing expenses with ongoing tax revenues, thus avoiding future deficits from reliance on one-time revenue sources. This option also benefits taxpayers by offering clear visibility on the impact of the LD funding requirements, since it does not postpone any expenses to future periods. The drawbacks of this option for taxpayers include an additional tax increase of 2.2% amounting to $60 per year or $5 per month for an average single-family home valued at $327,000, and that's based on the 2024 assessment value. Potential negative effects on economic development and household budgets is also another drawback, and possible challenges in attracting and recruiting residents to Lethbridge with an increase in taxation. Option 2.1, and you'll see that there's actually two different ones in the option 2 range, and this is because of that middle ground of combination or hybrid that members of council had asked for. This option, the first option, is a partial tax increase that combines a tax increase with the use of the full corporate budget contingency. It allocates the entire $1.5 million of the contingency and raises taxes about 1.4% starting in 2025, using only ongoing revenues to cover the $4.1 million in costs. This option has the second lowest impact on the City of Lethbridge for several reasons. It ensures budget certainty for LDE or other costs by avoiding any deferral of costs to future periods. It aligns with Council's fiscal practice by immediately increasing taxes instead of relying on one-time funding for ongoing expenses. It maintains the ability for one-time allocations during the 28 to 31 budget deliberations by allocating carryovers or surpluses to the MRSR. It does not require any reduction in service levels. However, this option uses all the budget contingencies, limiting financial flexibility for any unforeseen or emergency needs during 25-26 and necessitates adding a contingency as a fiscal pressure for the 27 budget year. Like option 1, this option benefits taxpayers by providing a clear visibility about LD service costs, as it does not defer any of the tax increase to future periods. The drawbacks of this option for taxpayers include an additional tax increase of 1.4%, amounting to $38 per year or $3 per month for an average single-family home, valued once again at that $327,000. Has a negative effects on the economy and potential burdens on low-income households and possible challenges in attracting and recruiting residents to Lethbridge. Option 2.2 is the other option in that was a mixture or a partial tax increase in 2025. This option funds the $4.1 million required to continue operating LD by using $1 million from the corporate budget contingency, implementing an immediate additional $1.825 million tax increase or 1%, and utilizing $1.275 million from the one-time BAU and departmental carryovers fundings for each of the years of 25 and 26. This option has a positive impact for the City of Lethbridge by maintaining $500,000 of contingency for future needs or emergencies. This option has several negative impacts for the City of Lethbridge, however. It allocating the roughly $1.3 million of one-time BAU and departmental carryover funding, which may limit future budgets. It contravenes fiscal practice by using one-time revenues for ongoing expenditures, potentially creating a false sense of financial stability and encouraging unsustainable commitments. It lacks budget certainty, creating a gap between recurring expenditures and revenues. When the one-time revenue is depleted by 2027, the city will face a shortfall, necessitating future tax increases or service reductions. This option also has several negative impacts for taxpayers. It increases taxes by an additional 1%, or $27 per year, or $2.25 per month. It lacks transparency regarding the actual costs of services for LDE, as the roughly $1.3 million of ongoing costs are deferred, resulting in an additional 0.7 tax pressure in 2027. It negatively affects economic development and household budgets, and it may hinder the attraction and recruitment of residents once again. Next slide. Here, so on option 3, this is the deferral of tax increases to 2027. This option utilizes the entire $1.5 million corporate budget contingency and requires an additional $2.6 million in one-time funding each year to cover the costs in 2025 and 2026, deferring a full tax increase until 2027 and creating a budget gap. This option positively impacts taxpayers by maintaining the currently approved 5.1% tax increase, thus not affecting the economy or household budgets in 25 and 26 for the cost of LDE. This option presents several negative impacts for both taxpayers and the City of Lethbridge. It allocates $2.6 million of one-time BAU and departmental carrier funding each year of those 25 and 26, and therefore restricts future budget decisions. It uses the annual ongoing $1.5 million contingency for LDE, reducing financial flexibility. And once again, it contravenes the fiscal practices by using one-time revenues for ongoing expenditures, potentially creating a false sense of financial stability. And it lacks budget certainty, creating a gap between the recurring expenditures and revenues. Once this one-time revenue is depleted by 2027, the city will face a shortfall requiring future tax increases or service reductions. The negative impacts for taxpayers include the lack of transparency on the actual cost of services for LDE due to $2.6 million in deferred ongoing costs, resulting in additional 1.4% tax pressures, and potential future impacts on the economic development, households, and recruitment if taxes or services are reduced to offset the tax deferral. The final option that we're going to go through this morning here is the option 4, which is the city reduction in service levels. This option necessitates a citywide service reduction, cutting $4.1 million from the 2025 and 2026 operating budgets for the departments. This option positively impacts taxpayers and the City of Lethbridge in two main ways. For the City of Lethbridge, it adheres to the Council's fiscal practice by not using one-time funding for ongoing expenses, mitigating future deficits by reducing service levels to cover ongoing costs for LDE. For taxpayers, it ensures transparency regarding the total impact and cost of LDE, as the full $4.1 million will be offset by service reductions to balance the existing operating budget. Reducing service levels does have negative impacts to taxpayers in several ways. Residents' dissatisfaction due to loss of highly valued services is one of the higher impacts of this. Cuts to essential services such as transit facility maintenance can hinder economic activity and future growth, leading to higher future costs from deferred maintenance or reduced service levels. Potential damaging the Lethbridge's attractiveness for new residents and workers due to perceived declining service levels as well. For the City of Lethbridge, several negative impacts of service level reductions include contingency funds may be depleted if service reductions fail to achieve ongoing cost reliefs or are reversed due to public dissatisfaction with a decline in high-level services. For example, cuts to the park's operating budget in 2021 and 2022 led to park degradation, prompting the reinstatement of funds and the creation of 10 non-permanent positions in 2022 under the N15 Parkland Growth and Capacity Impacts Initiative. Service reductions will necessitate one-time funding to manage 25 and 26 timing and staffing transitions, thereby constraining future budgets. There is a lack of budget certainty due to time required to implement service reductions, constrained by labor codes and collective agreements, necessitating one-time funding to maintain LDE operations during this period. Reductions in asset maintenance or other services will lead to higher future costs due to deferred maintenance, which can exacerbate financial issues through inflationary increases, equipment failures, reduced asset life, and increased operational costs for inadequate maintenance. This slide outlines the allocation of tax funding across the city and the impacts of a proposed across-the-board budget reduction, including $1.5 million cut from protective services for police, fire, and EMS, $0.8 million reduction in the community services budget, $1.8 million decrease across other areas, including streets and roads and transits and parks. Such service cuts would adversely affect all residents, particularly vulnerable groups dependent on these services. While residents frequently request this approach, if council considers service reduction, administration advises targeted cuts over blanket decrease. This slide summarizes all the information for each option for council's reference. I won't go through it now because we just went through in detail. This slide illustrates the projected tax increases for each option for 25 and 26 and an estimated 2027 tax rate based on current information, excluding any further changes in service levels. And each one of these, I'll just click through these right now. We can talk about this later, but those are all the other estimates inside of it. The impact analysis assessed the options based on their impact scale for both taxpayers and the city of Lethbridge, as shown on the slide. While none of the options are low impact for both taxpayers and the city, they are all viable options for council to consider. The options with the least overall impact are option 1, full tax increase in 2025. This option has the lowest impact on the city of Lethbridge by implementing the full tax increase immediately, avoiding any deferral to future periods. Option 2.1, partial tax increase in 2025 with contingency. This option is the least impactful to both city and the taxpayer, as it utilizes ongoing funding from both the tax increase and contingency without deferring costs. Option 3, deferred tax increase. This has similar impact on taxpayers option 2.1, but poses a higher risk to the city operations by relying on one-time funding for 25 and 26, resulting in tax deferral until 2027. The other two options being option 2.2 and option 4 are the two highest risks to both council, or I should say both to the community, the taxpayer, and actually the administration. And with that, I will open it up for conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. A question I have is, you've got option 2.2. Is there not just an option 1, option 2, and option 3, and option 4? 2.2, I'm just confused at the end.
Yeah, so there's in the options that are in there, so there was a middle ground area, but when we were talking to members of council, they wanted a little bit more of a split out of what it would look like for a 1% tax increase instead of necessarily an overall. So that's why there was a bit of a mixture of that blend. It's in the mid range of blending between immediate tax increases versus a tax deferral. So it slides into. It has both, I guess, both aspects.
And there's still option 3, which is no tax.
Which is the
use reserves.
That's right.
Okay.
And that one there has no tax in 25 and 26, and then a potential tax deferral or a service level reduction in 2027 would have to happen in that result.
Right. And guesstimating though, or estimating that what it's going to be, because we don't have guarantees.
That's correct. So the 2027 is just the beginning with inflation. Yeah. What we know today that council hasn't proven so far in the CIP, but the operating costs in the CIP, and as I was walking through some things, depending on what happens with contingencies and so forth along the way, or deferral.
And the last question I have is in the work that you do as a CFO, when we're talking a quote-unquote balanced budget, the balanced budget currently would be 5.1.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank our administration for bringing these forward. I know it's almost a year ago to the day almost when we had to start tackling this situation. And I know that you and your team put in hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to find a solution just to keep the place afloat this past year and look at some future options as well. So I know this is not something that's just come over the wall the last month. I know you folks have been preparing for this for a long time. And I also respect and appreciate that you're not really recommending any option. You're presenting 4 options for us to decide on. I'm not going to go on or ask questions in regards to how we got here. I think the Deloitte presentation explained exactly how we got to this situation, but at the end of the day, we as the council have to make a decision what we're going to do moving forward. My question to you is, you're talking about this, it's an ongoing operational, but one thing in this situation is we do have some options as the years go on. And for example, I'm going to ask the question, I don't know if you or the city manager can answer it. In 2027, our hands are not going to be so much tied in regards to what we can do with that building, because right now I do believe we have some restrictions of what we can and cannot do with that building. Can you explain?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Parker. So on the actual building right now, the province has, within the grant agreement that was received for the 27 plus $1 million for construction of the building, there's a condition inside of there that it has to maintain its condition of existing use up to the end of 2027. And so that would be the component I think you're referring to.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the next one. So in 2027, could you take that building and divest yourselves of that building and repurpose it, reuse it, diverse, even use the word selling? And could you do something like that? Or would we be able to do that? Not to say that we will, because I don't want to tie the future council hands.
So, Councillor Parker, so yes, I think as, one of the things in theory, council could consider all different options for the use of that facility or area in the future after 2027.
Okay, and my last question. So a scenario here, I'm just trying to think here. So could you use your option 3, use your contingencies, use your surplus, just like a person at a household would go into their savings to keep things afloat, but also you can't keep on going your savings and keeping it afloat if it's ongoing years and years. But if you know that there's kind of light at the end of the tunnel where, heck, we could divest ourselves of this, get our money back with possible interest to pay back the contingencies or the reserves, that's something that could occur in 2027, couldn't it?
So, Councillor Carlsville Parker, sorry.
I took his facial hair and put it on my face.
Exactly, there we go. Councillor Parker, in regards, so there are all options that are there. That would be 2028, just to be clarified in regards to that. However, that is just from that point of view, once again, like the risk I noted on any of those things, there is risks and impacts to that option 3. But the outcomes, there's other components that council could consider in the future for any of the options.
So what you're saying is we do have more options in 2028 than we do now in regards to how the agreement we have for that building.
Based on the agreement for the building and so forth, that is true.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. So how's it going? I'm sure that you can't really give me an answer, but I just wonder, since this is all, the province is very much aware of what we've been going through, and they've, when we were looking for some help from them, they said, no, you need to go back and figure this out. Have there been more discussions with the province, given that we've really done a lot of work figuring out how we got here, and that we have a plan to get out of it, I think, in some way? And are they receptive to any kind of help at all? Has there been any discussion whatsoever?
Through the mayor, so I've definitely had discussions with the province, but to the point of further help and options down the road, keep in mind that how we got here was based on a council decision to proceed with the funding, conduct a third-party review to inform council. And so that's where we're at today as far as this informing council's decisions. Any future decisions with the province, funding arrangements would be subsequent to whatever decision happens today.
Do you foresee any decision made today that would have an impact on what they want to do to continue on with helping?
So, I mean, of course, the province has contributed $27.8 million to this project, and I would think that they want to see that investment survive. I don't want to speak for the province. That's up to them to do that, but that's just a logical inference. Beyond that, I think we would need to enter into discussions after, if depending on council's decision today, if it was to close it, then we'd have to work with the province on that aspect. And if it was to maintain operations, then working to ensure the success of the investment of the province, the municipality, the county, as well as the federal government had aspects of funds in this as well.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Donick.
The last time we met, Unless I'm mistaken, I believed you did make a recommendation, and that in fact, that recommendation was number 1. And that was, if I can use Western parlance, you were basically saying, number 1 is bite the bullet, and any of the other options are bite a much smaller bullet and pay the consequences later. Is that a fair reference?
So, Councillor Dodick, yes, you are correct. I am still in the opinion, number 1 is the recommended piece on it. However, that being said, members Economic SPC wanted additional options and so forth to consider. And as I mentioned, all of those options are viable, and they have different components on it as there as well. So yes, the reason why, I may not put in the same terminology you just did, but the reason why is it, looking at from the point of view, dealing with the problems of today is the reason why option 1 is there for myself versus option some of the other options, because we are dealing with today, not going into the future. And by assessment, it is the lowest impact to the organization. However, there's other options that have, depending on what council sees on the impacts for taxpayers and so forth, that can be considered as well.
Oh, no, I appreciate that it has the highest immediate impact on taxpayers, but you're saying option 1 is, in the long run, the best option, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's the case, in my opinion, because what we're seeing today is that no matter which way we go on this, there's going to be either have to be a tax increase or service level reductions in the future, depending on the options, or other things that councils will have to decide along the way. I think Mr. Councillor Parker had brought up a number of different pieces in there that council could, in the future, decide as well. However, as the Chief Financial Officer, my responsibility is to make sure we have a balanced budget and that we can have budget certainty and sustainability, and that's the reason why, from my perspective, that's the way. However, there's other considerations for council to consider too.
Now, there's always desires expressed in terms of perhaps the province assisting us, but bearing in mind that it was about just over a year ago when a resolution was brought where we asked for a provincial contribution of around 1/2 of the then requested 4.1 million, or give or take some, gave a time frame, and the province declined to do so. So I would hazard a guess that the province are going to take a hands-off approach to this. Would you agree to that? You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that question. You're welcome.
I can actually speak to just a little bit. I won't speak for the province, but I think, into Councillor Campbell's comments, I think, and I'm sure council would feel the same. I don't want to speak for you either. But should this survive, I think one of the foundational elements that's required is a solid strategic plan and business plan, because as we saw with the previous plan and the $8.8 million swing that went from plus 2.3 to negative $6.5 million, there was some gaps in that plan. And I have the province's letter right in front of me that they indicate, due to a assessment that a larger financial shortfall exists, that was their reason for not contributing at that time. So I think looking for a more solid and path out of this that has some confidence to it.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. As everyone has already mentioned, thank you for the work that's gone into this, because you have listened to many members of council and have taken some of the various ideas you've heard. There are 3 groups that we're actually thinking about today. We focus very much on how this will affect the community, how this will affect the Corporation of Lethbridge, but we also need to think about the exhibition. And just to confirm for me, any of these 5 options, will they provide the same certainty around operations and certainty for staffing at the exhibition, or does any affect the exhibition differently?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. So just ponder that for a second here. So there is a differences in regards, in my mind anyways, of the effect on LDE operations. Option 1 and option 2.1 both provide ongoing funding, which is a lot more surety for the LDE operations. What that would mean is that one of the things that, as we discussed with staff, is one of the problems they're facing is they don't understand necessarily the length of time and tenure and funding going on, and it's hard to actually make some of those decisions on a long-term strategy when you don't know if you have, a long-term strategy. The other ones will give a couple years or more of pieces, because as you go down the list of options, you'd want to get to 3 anyways. We'll leave 4 off to the side there. Actually, number 4 would be the same as 2.1 as well. So the ones that don't give as many is 2.2 and 3, just from the point of view that you're not sure what's going to happen in 2027. There's one-time funding, and there would have to be ongoing funding that would be dealt with at that stage.
Okay, thank you for that. The other thing is, not an option we had before us, but an option the community wonders is, why don't we just cut everybody at the exhibition and on city staff just 10%, save the money, and use that to run this? Why don't we? What would be the concerns there? And I'm not suggesting it, but a question that I've been asked.
So, I would have. So when I say this, I'm going to be looking across my table here to the city solicitor, or director of legal services, I should say, in regards to this. He might have to help me out here. Cutting individuals' pay in that way may or may not be effective in the labor side, but I'm not sure, and that's why I'm looking over. So from that point of view, it could affect the fundamental pieces of their agreement. But I'll let Mr. Lowen speak to that a bit better.
Generally speaking, and not speaking to any particular one, we wouldn't have the unilateral power to affect wages that are currently bargained in a collective agreement, and imposing a cut to salary for non-organized employees could constitute constructive dismissal and would have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Thank you. I needed to have that answer out there publicly, because that is something people are wondering, why don't we just find the money that way?
Councillor Croson and the city manager reminded me of one other thing too. To answer another piece of the question on the options here to consider is that when we're looking at ongoing funding versus midterm funding, or whatever way you want to take a look at the other two, sponsorship is also affected. So one of the questions that was proposed, or I've seen come up over the last couple weeks, is, well, why don't we get sponsorships and so forth there? It's very difficult to attract sponsorships to a building that they don't know whether or not it's going to be maintained. So that affects also some of the revenue generating abilities as well for the staff that are going on at the LDE as well.
So in short, whatever decision we make, we'll have to judge how it's going to affect the exhibition, the taxpayers, and the corporation.
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin, and thank you to the staff that have worked hard on this and put all the options together. Certainly appreciate this. Through the city manager to the CFO, we talked a little bit about, we talk about BAUs in here. Where are our BAUs currently at, and what are the forecasts for those coming into the next years?
Oh, there you go. One moment, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I'm just going to bring up the thing over here to make sure I get the accurate number. I got it on the side of my here. So in regards to the BAUs component, one of the things here too, we're currently meeting next week to go through all of it to see where they are. So what I can give you right now is some of the information that was provided that comes out of the 2023 amounts. So the total amount of the departmental, what we classify as the departmental reserves, was the project initiative ones that is there. There is approximately, I'm getting old, I gotta get my glasses, about $8.9 million in that, of which that would be the $4 million roughly for option 3 would be pulled out of that, because 2 years of those amounts, or actually greater than that, 2 years of $2.6 million per year would be pull out of those funding amounts to offset that. Plus, the inside of there also is the carryover piece you see on A2 that rolls into there. There's another 900,000 that's in there. However, per council resolution, roughly 300,000 of that is allocated for future transit improvements as well. So just over 9 million, but pulling out almost half of that to be used if, depending on the option, if it's option 3. If that council decided not to do that and do it, say, for example, in option 1, that money that we were talking about pulling out and using, will be the recommendation for myself to actually bring that forward to either go to the MRSR or to one of the other reserves that we have challenges on. Comes to mind as airport reserve as well.
Okay. And then what is our MRSR sitting at now that we have 2 unsuccessful bids?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So, as of September 30th, our total balance of the MRSR is just over 55 million. However, once you take off the commitments against that, and including, we're looking probably about another, just want to make sure I got this right in my eyes here. Once you take off commitments, it goes down to roughly about $18 million. And then keeping in mind that part of the resolution that's here before is to actually do the refinancing and restructuring of the LDE loan. That's an additional 10 million coming out of that will get repaid back over a number of years. So that will leave the bottom line, that area where I always save for emergencies, at about roughly $8 to $9 million on that as well.
Okay, but the 10 million we are looking at, that's part of the refinancing plan?
That's correct.
And that 10 million will get paid back?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Okay.
It'll get paid back over a 10-year period.
Okay. One final question before I step out then here. I believe, last I heard last week, the Sportsplex right now operates at an 80% cost recovery model. What is our cost recovery expectation here for this building?
So I have to do the math just basically in my head here. Currently, the total operating budget for LDE is around $9.3 million. So for a balanced budget, there's, including the funding we're talking about, the 4.1 would require 9.3 against the expenditures. So roughly a 4.1 is roughly 45% or something at where it needs that amount of tax support. There isn't, this one here is not, we don't believe, and you can see, although you can see dollars going down on it there, it's going to take some time before there isn't a fee-for-service grant available or required, is a better way of saying it, for the LD in the current operations.
Okay, so right now then we don't have any kind of cost recovery expectation. That would be something that we would build into a business plan?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that comes out of the resolutions that from economic and from the Deloitte report is now the future business planning and components going forward. And that would be things that not only that I think would be great for council to provide, but also that would be definitely what the LD board will be looking at as well as they develop those going forward.
Okay, so there's something that would come out of a business plan. All right,
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'll step out for now.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Brierly, and your teams that have done all the work on this. It's a lot, and it's been a long time to digest. Question I had, and forgive me, I know you had invited us to meet on Friday, but these were the questions that were thrown at me over the weekend, and so I thought I would bring them up now. Because we're out doing a lot of Christmas parties and chats, and shockingly, this is on people's minds. And a lot of the people that approached me just wanted to know about it, and I said, well, have you been in the facility? And almost to a person that I talked to have not been in the facility. A couple of people said, oh, I went to the farmer's market. And so we started chatting about because I said, you know, the city runs a lot of arenas, parks, theaters, and we do them as a service. And I tried to pitch this as that. And they said, really, isn't this for the region and the agriculture? And they said, we don't go to it. We might go to Whoop Up Days, but we haven't been for 10 years. We might have gone to the Home and Garden Show. And so when I read through all the background documentation, a lot of the emphasis on the reason to keep this is for the local economy. And I get that. It does bring in a lot to the restaurants, the hotels. And so the conversation started working its way this weekend is, have you ever considered increasing the commercial or non-residential tax rate? Because they're the beneficiaries of this. The average household paying $60 a month that doesn't use the facility. A year. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You got the beard. You got the. Is saying we don't see the benefit, but the hotels sure do. The restaurants do, because I think that's it. A lot of people come to Whoop Up Days from outside of Lethbridge. And so I'm just wondering if we've ever thought of, and I'm sorry it's thrown at you, but it was thrown at me on the weekend. Have we ever considered an adjustment to and this is going to make me really popular with the business owners in town, to the non-residential, the commercial business side of things?
Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for that question. So no, for this specific instance, we haven't looked at the individual way the taxes would be allocated between residential, non-residential, multifamily, which are the three categories where we create mill rates from that point of view. One of the things that council will have to consider when doing that is historically council has been trying to maintain the ratios between res and non-res at a certain amount, and at times keeping it trending in the norms. So it's always a possibility. That is something that council would have to work on, and of course there is pros and cons to that as well. So I think if council would want us to look at that down the road, if that was the case, so you know, if it is a taxation piece and you want to look how it was allocated, that taxation, you could. But no, that's definitely not something, we haven't gone that far in the analysis. We're assuming council will want to maintain the structure that we've had for a number of years.
Okay, and thank you for that. And because I did have to sneak out briefly, option 1 is recommended, correct? It is to say, what did Councillor Doda say? Bite the bullet in that one, because if we go with different options, the residents, the citizens, the ratepayers, taxpayers are going to have to pay it eventually, whether it's through future tax increases or through service cuts, right? And we know how that went over when we did those cuts to service during COVID, when we had to do a 0% budget. Council immediately did an about-face, march back, and started putting those services back. So eventually, whichever way we go, even with mothballing it, the taxpayers are on the hook for this unless the province comes riding to the rescue. And they've been fairly silent, even though they are a full third partner in this, correct?
So a couple different pieces in the question there. So Councillor Carlson, so I'll walk through some of those pieces, and I may leave the last one for Mr. Brierley on the province side. When it comes to the recommendation, yes, from my recommendation or administration recommendation in regards to what's best for the city of Lethbridge as an organization is number 1 because of budget certainty and the financial stability and so forth. What I mean by that is that, as you mentioned, regardless of whether council maintained this building going forward and continuing it, or closed it, there is a tax pressure because of the loans and the fixed costs that are associated with those buildings for, on the closing side, at least till 2028 from that point of view. And that's a very hard thing to actually, obviously for public to realize that there isn't a great option either way from closing. In fact, in my opinion, it's worse on the closing front from the point of view that you're paying for something that you're no longer going to use, and you're going to have to pay for it for a period of a while. When it comes now, I think maybe I did answer both those questions, and I can turn it over to Mr. Brierley and on the provincial side of whether or not any other components would be there.
Certainly. I'm probably just going to say the same thing. Just a recap of how we arrived at this position. So as the landowner, as this building facility was encountering significant financial difficulties, that emergency decision discussion going back to the beginning of this year where the city stepped in, and at that time the financing options were contingent on council direction to conduct a third-party review to inform council's future decisions. That's where we're at. So this is all been about informing council, and then subsequent steps, again, not speaking for the province, but just speaking from a business perspective, it would be logical to assume that they would be looking for, as would council, a strategic plan, to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's comments, business plan to work out of this, where then Mr. Gallucci is also here. He can speak to larger potential for corporate sponsorships, other plans to get the building and the facility to a more financially viable state over the long term. I think that would be the opportunity, once you have some plans for the future, to have engagement with the province.
All right, thank you very much for the questions thus far. We do have a couple closed items that we do need to go through prior to returning for 12:30. So I would ask that we, at this time, we will continue this conversation, but would go into a closed session for those items that need to be. So yeah, Reese, we're just going to go to closed. So with that, and we'll continue that upstairs with that closed. So with that, kind of a motion to go in closed? Okay, Councillor Crozon, all in favor? And with that, we will return after at about 12:30. Thank you. right, good afternoon. We'd like to get back to council meeting here, and I know that there's a lot of folks that are here that do need to get back to their jobs, and so we want to make sure that we are as we could do the work as quick as possible. With that, I do have a resolution here, but I'm going to turn the time over first to Councillor Crozan regarding 100 years of women elected to office in Lethbridge. So Councillor Crozan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. So I think most people know I have an Excel document that has about 3,000 dates in Lethbridge history on it. So when I came across the one for the 100th anniversary of the first 2 women elected to public office in December 1924, I contacted some people over at the Lethbridge School Board and said, we need to do something, and what you're seeing today is the result of that. So on the 9th December 1924, Susie Bodden and Mary McClenahan became the first 2 women in Lethbridge elected to public office when they were elected to the Lethbridge Public School Board. In November 1924, it was announced that the local council of women had decided to enter 2 candidates into the race, and Bodden and McClenahan were unanimously chosen. At that time, to be able to run for office, a person had to be a British subject, able to read and write, and a ratepayer in the district. The election was held on 9 December 1924, and the local council worked hard to help their candidates win their seats. Undoubtedly, the feature of the election is the business-like organization of the women. Representatives of the local council of women were stationed at all the polling stations when the voting started at 9 o'clock this morning, and they ensured that their 2 candidates were elected, and they were then sworn in for the 1925 school board. Now, Susie Bodden, who's probably better known because she has the Fleetwood Bodden, part of the Fleetwood Bodden School named after her, was actually a teacher here in Lethbridge at a public school for 32 years, later moving mostly to kindergarten. She was one of the originators of the local council of women, active with the nursing mission, active on the quota club, served on the school board for 18 years, wrote for the Lethbridge Herald, was a member of the Imperial Order of the Daughters of the Empire, and helped to ensure that domestic science actually was introduced into the local curriculum in 1934. Mary McClenahan was just as active. She was a member of the Eastern Star and a life member of the Maple Leaf chapter, serving as the worthy grand matron of that organization, among many other activities and volunteer work that she did. And I'll just notice she has nothing named after her. So if you guys are looking for somebody who needs something named after her, Mary McClenahan has been forgot. And not only did she serve several years on the school board, she was the first woman to chair the Lethbridge Public School Board when she took the chair in 1927. And so to honor this, what we wanted to do was to invite in all of the women who are serving in elected office today. And what we're looking to do right now is to do one large group picture of all elected officials here today, and then all of the women elected officials here today. So we are so thankful. Our MP Thomas has come in for this, and we have many members of the school board, and then ourselves. So hopefully we're all looking our best, because the picture now, and then we will give the picture of the 1926 school board, couldn't find 1925, as a gift to the public school board. So let's get our picture taken.
Thank you so much, Councillor Crozan. And so those that have just already been mentioned by Councillor Crozan, if you pick them up, because I know that I will forget some, if they can please come forward, and we'll get a picture here just in front of the horseshoe. And if council can come around to the front of the horseshoe, we'll get that picture done. The ladies.
We want everybody, because the picture has the men as well as the women in this picture. So we'll do everything.
And the lady has spoken, Reiko. So, all right. All right, well, thank you very much for that, and thank you, Councillor Croson. What an amazing opportunity today to be able to have that recognition, so thank you very much for that. Very fitting for the time that we have to, as we talk about women in leadership, the next event or the next presentation is very fitting for exactly along those lines. I'd first like to start, though, with my colleagues. We did have a closed meeting, a key to the city. We will pass that resolution first as it comes out of closed, and I'll continue on with that presentation. So be it resolved, the City Council award the key to the city to Dr. Saia Zielke, and further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed meeting discussions and documents with respect to the key to the city may remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, and 24 advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. All right, all in favor? All right, thank you, that is unanimous. Okay. Thank you. With that, again, fitting time, women in leadership. I wanted to take a little bit of an opportunity as we talk about the key to the city that was just mentioned, where traditionally, a little bit about the key to the city. So it's given by the mayor to a visiting dignitary or to a deserving resident. The practice of presenting a key to the city dates back to medieval times when admission to a city was often hampered by walls, locked gates, and many legal restrictions. Possession of the key symbolized free entry. By the mid-1800s, it was customary to bestow a key to the city as a symbol of goodwill, indicating that the recipient was free to come and go at their will. So, bestowed by the discretion of the mayor, the key to the city is municipal government's highest honor and is given to recognize the outstanding civic contributions of the recipients. With that, I first want to thank all of those that are here to take part in this incredible day. It's I think it's probably a long time coming, but the opportunity to be here, we want to thank all of those in attendance. I know I'll forget someone if I start. So to those that are part of the cabinet, the Cardiac Sciences cabinet that we are working on trying to get this cardiac sciences built up within our community, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But let's talk about the reason why we're here. The most important part, Dr. Zielke. Dr. Zielke is an author, a medical director, and cardiologist based in Lethbridge. She established Chinook Cardiology in 2013, where she is currently the medical director. She's also the medical director of the Cardiac Rehabilitation Program, part of the Alberta Healthy Living Program of Alberta Health Sciences. Dr. Zielke strongly supports the growth of cardiac care in Lethbridge to ensure residents have the programs and services they need. This includes her efforts to advocating to advancing the creation of the catheterization lab at the Chinook Regional Hospital. Now, some people wonder what is catheterization? It's a common method used to diagnose and treat various heart diseases such as clogged arteries. Currently, Lethbridge residents must travel to Calgary for this treatment, and thanks to the hard work of Dr. Zielke, the Alberta government has supported the planning of a new cath lab in Lethbridge, contributing $2 million to the project in 2023. In the 2023 budget, the planning work is now complete, and the project is moving on to the next phase, which will include determining the scope, schedule, and budget for the new cath lab. Cath lab is something City Council has been advocating for, and with, of course, the dedicated help of Dr. Zielke, we're closer to making that a reality. Dr. Zielke has also served as Vice Chair and Board Member of Alberta Health Services from 2020 to 2022, during which she further served as Chair of the Quality and Safety Committee and Vice Chair of the Human Resources Committee, providing her expertise and experience not only locally, but across the province. She also shares her knowledge with the Doctors of Tomorrow, holding faculty appointments as clinical lecturer at the University of Calgary, Department of Cardiac Sciences, Cummings School of Medicine, and the University of Lethbridge, Department of Neuroscience, as adjunct associate professor. So, Dr. Zielke, I am absolutely thrilled for this opportunity because, you know, we have spent a lot of time on that road, you and I, and back up to see the province and different levels of government to discuss what we need within our community. And I couldn't be happier to have a travel buddy as yourself as we continue to do this, and you get to speak to that side that is so important and how it is saving lives, because really that's truly what it does in our community. This, you and your team of, my gosh, from zero, the first one here in Lethbridge and Southern Alberta, up to, will be soon 8 cardiologists, possibly 9. And so I want to thank you for your work and what you've done within our community. So with that, if you could, I would first of all like to give you a few minutes, if I could, and I would hate to put you on the spot to talk a little bit about why Lethbridge is a great home for you. And if you've got anything else to share, that would be great. If you can come up to the mic here, is that all right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Mayor. I'm truly humbled, and it's such a privilege to receive this key, and I'm really humbled by the presence of so many of my friends and colleagues that are here today as well. I just have a question. Is there any way to amend the resolution to allow the key to neutralize any parking tickets within the city? Because we just parked without paying for parking outside the city hall. All right. Well, it's been truly a privilege to work with you, Mayor. And as you alluded to, we have traveled quite a bit together on the roads in this province advocating for cardiac sciences and for cardiac services. I do have to warn you, if you're traveling with Mayor Higgin, bring your own gas in a canister because he doesn't believe in filling up his gas tank. So, but thank you for your support. Thank you for making this a priority and a pillar of what you have been working on and advocating for. It would not have happened without your support. I'm very grateful. I have to tell you, and I know that we spoke and you told me, well, tell them how you feel about Lethbridge, where ultimately Lethbridge for me is home. And that's a really big deal because we have lived in many different places in my lifetime, and we haven't really had a home. As some of you may know, I was born in Iran, and I have a younger sister and a brother, and my parents, who surprised me by being here today, decided to take us out of Iran just to be able to give us a better life, more opportunities. They had 2 girls, and they felt that it was very important for us to be able to have access to education and live out our callings and be the best that we could be. So they gave up the life that they knew. They gave up the comfort, their resources, their family, and left Iran to be able to provide us with opportunities. And we were first in France as refugees, and then we left France for Thunder Bay in October of 1991, and it was very cold and no one spoke French. So it was not the ideal place to go from France, having just learned French, to Thunder Bay, Ontario, but that was where we had landed. But after Thunder Bay, I went on to do my schooling, and now that I look back, the longest place I have ever actually lived is Lethbridge. So when people ask me, where are you from? I proudly say Lethbridge, Alberta, Little LA. And they say, well, you don't look like you're from Lethbridge. Where is home? I'm like, no, truly, this is where I have lived the longest. And when my husband and I kind of talked quite a bit about where we were going to land after finishing schooling and training, and Dale was very supportive of coming to Lethbridge. And second to the decision of marrying Dale, coming to Lethbridge has been one of the best decisions we have ever made. It is truly home. And when I first came here, I wasn't sure if we had made the right decision, but the community just adopted us. They truly allowed me to work out my calling. And as a result, it's been a beautiful place to live. It is home, and I'm fully committed to the community and to growing the services and serving my community and the beautiful people that live in it. So this key means a lot. I'm truly humbled and don't feel deserving of it, but it's a privilege and truly an honor. So thank you so much, Mayor.
All right. With that, right when you're about to sit down, if you want to come forward here, I'm going to do the presentation to the Key to the City. If I'd like to have council up here as well in the horseshoe, and we'll do the presentation. And then anybody else who wants to get pictures with Dr. Zielke, it would be great.
over there, Ryan. Did you get your investment? To Ryan.
All right, thank you very much. We will continue on, and
It's so simple. People overthink it.
we'll continue on with the questions. We did have a lineup of questions in the queue prior to breaking for lunch on Lethbridge District Exhibition. I would ask if those that did have questions to please get back into the queue, and we'll make sure, and it's filling up. Thank you very much. We'll start off with Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mr. Higgin. Mr. Higgin. Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Mr. Matthews, one question. We're looking at spending $4.1 million and getting $4.4 million in community benefit for it, if we believe the STEAM model, et cetera. Just in general, I don't need the exact number, but we incentivize a lot of things. We have, the grants program for major events. We have incentive programs. We have all sorts. Generally, how much money do we put out? Because, that is something, one of the roles we have. So how much do we incentivize? Because essentially, you can almost look at this. We're incentivizing in this way. Instead of giving $1 million for a hockey tournament, we're giving $4 million to keep a business running.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. In regards to, there's a number of different programs that help the community in different ways. So I was just going to pull out here, the fee-for-service page is one example inside there where a lot of those facilities and so forth that provide, whether it's arts and culture, they also incentivize within the community and draw people into and help. I don't have that number right in front of me here, but when it comes to I'm going to say here, I'm trying to think of some other examples there to provide to you.
But we have business incentives, we have event incentives, we have all sorts. And in just in general terms, that is a role that government has undertaken, us and other governments, and it is something that normally we would budget for, but this is sort of just happening.
That's correct. Those business incentives or areas, so another example would be funding for EDL, tourism, or any of those pieces, they're incentivizing to bring people into our community. It is a normal thing for governments to do. You'll see it all across North America of how their models use funding to leverage, whether it's advertising for your community or marketing for your community to draw people into it, or facilities, direct investments in facilities that actually stimulate the economy. So this is it's not unusual from that point of view. This one historically has had a very low amount of city funding going to it. So as Mr. Brierley had mentioned during economic, I can't remember which day, but during the economic community days that we had just recently, they started off at that, in our budget at $256,000 per year for this, and this one now is higher. But here again, we do have other pieces that we do this very work in our budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe to the city manager and Mr. Matthews, I know you're both on the board of the exhibition right now. I just want to, and I know Mr. Gallucci is here as well, I just wondered if I can get a sense of, are we in the process, do you feel, I know this is, hypothetical, are we in the process of turning this ship around?
We'll ask the CEO to come up and speak to that. Happy to weigh in, but I'm quite sure Kim will cover it well.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the mayor to you. We've made a number of changes that have really advanced the revenue to date and lowered some of the costs. With the opportunity to continue to do that, yes, we would be able to continue to generate future revenues. More than we have to date, and then also work at continuing to lower our expenses and look at potential partnerships where we can lower expenses there as well, and then at potentially developing future partnerships or programs within it, within the property that might help assist us as well.
How important is it for potential advertisers or potential clients or people who want to get into a show here? How important is it, or what's the sense that you get when you're making these propositions to people? Are they asking, well, I don't know if I want to be there, I don't know what your situation is, or is it, continuing on as full steam ahead?
It would be a combination, but definitely people who are more interested in the long term are asking, where we're at and what we're doing. And we do need that kind of long runway kind of distance to be able to allow people to make those long-term investments, those long-term decisions, sponsors who want to come in and we're asking them to commit for 5 years, or programs that we want to run for 3 to 4 years. Those are the ones that really want to know where we're at today and where are we going. So yeah, the more time out we have, the better it is to attract investment, and the more it will raise our revenues and more we have the opportunity to do new programming and develop new ideas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me, yes, thank you. I just want to go a little bit of background. Let's go back to when the $27.8 million was provided to the province now, for this project. Now, was that money given to the then Lethbridge District Exhibition Board, or was it given to the city?
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. That was directly given to the exhibition. It's a grant between the province and the exhibition.
Okay. Now that seems to put me in a little bit of a sort of a confusing situation, in that I am not aware, or I'm not sure if anyone in the city is aware, as to whether or not the province did any investigation as to whether the project that was proposed by the LDE was in fact a viable one. Is anyone aware of that?
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. I don't know why I pick on Councillor Carlson all the time.
It's really annoying.
So to your question there, Councillor Dodick, I'm not aware of that aspect. I'm not sure what they have or have not done, in regards to how they assessed the grant opportunity for the 27.8.
When I went online and actually watched and listened to the presentation by the NLDE, Lethbridge District Exhibition Board, on August 10, 2020, which was then adjourned for 2 weeks to 2024. And maybe members of council who know might be in a position to say so, but I didn't hear anything that suggested that there had been any vetting by the province with respect to their $27.8 million investment to the project. So your answer, of course, is you don't know whether they did or not. And I'm suspecting nobody knows. Okay, I'll leave it at that then. There was a couple of questions asked about the MRSR, that after obligations would range between $8 and $9 million, although there was $10 million going to be used to be paid back over a 10-year period of time. So basically, what you're saying is that 8 to 9 million would be increased at approximately $1 million per year until it was paid off. So in year one, there might be 8 or 9 million. Year two, there might be 9 or 10, and so on. So you don't see that as money being in the MRSR, but rather deferred payments to the MRSR at the rate of approximately $1 million a year. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Okay, and the final question is, the question was asked to Mr. Galushi, who I have to compliment in that he is working on a project that when first we were talking about it required a $30,000 per day injection of cash to keep it operational. And during reports, that number had varied in terms of the net requirement that had to be put in when you were providing on a monthly basis. So it actually varied anywhere between $8 $8,000 a day to $12,000 a day, depending on the month. Now, if I heard you correctly, there was a question asked as to sustainability, or to what extent would the taxpayer have to subsidize this on an ongoing basis? And the number I heard was somewhere in the range of 45% or thereabouts. Does that sound about right?
Yes, so on that basis of when you take 4.1 million of funding that goes into the 9.3 million of total revenues or expenditures, whatever side of the balance sheet you want or income statement you want to look on. Yeah, so the yes, long story, but yes.
Okay, so maybe the ship won't be turning, it'll just be moving in a direction.
Now, one thing I will mention to that, Councillor Dodic, on that front. So, when I say that, the 9.3 million is the total direct LDE expenditures. There is a component of those expenditures. So that 9.3 does include the $1.2 million, currently the $1.2 million repayments, but there's an additional amount above that of $800,000 for the maintenance, and there's an escalating from 300 to half a million, roughly by 2027.
Okay. And my final question is the unpalatable option number 1 that you had recommended is the option that would be follow city policy, and in fact would be the means of righting the ship, so to speak, in terms of going forwards.
That is correct. So it's the ongoing amount of funding that would provide the least impact to the City of Lethbridge as an organization for that, and budget certainty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question that came up here as Councillor Dodic was chatting here, and about just the overall plan of exhibition. And so it's my understanding we are yet to have a business plan. We're working on that, correct?
So in that regard, so that's, and if you remember, I'm just going to walk you back, members of council, to that graphic we had back in economic here. We don't have it on the slide here on it. So currently we've gone through 2 components of the work. Being the first being installing the interim and getting the MOU component, and then doing the third-party review. The latter part, the business planning components and so forth, that's up and coming. So now that we have done the assessment, see where it's at, got all the information, there's more business planning and requirements that have to come, and those are that gray area on that graphic. It's the next 2 phases.
Okay, and the reason I asked that is because I'm just going back to a letter that we wrote to the provincial government, and the reply to us was, because the viability of the current business plan is in doubt, the province declines to provide the request funding to the city. So I would take it that it's probably not best accounting practice to support funding without a business plan, or I'd be wrong to say that.
So both things can be true.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that there's a business case in the sense that we know today what the current operations will require to run that status quo. I think what the next pieces of information and work, whether it's the recommendations from within the Deloitte report, or even the current model for even further going forward, is actually further development plans and strategic considerations on it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that if it was only looked at a status quo, then at this point in time, then yes, we have a model and what's being provided here for that. What's the other part of the slides that are on the screen here is showing that the future new business plan and revenue model, they're yet to come. So it's to the unfortunate situation council's in, though, is you do need to fund, or somehow will have to fund for future to ever see those future models transpire on it there. And I think that's, so there is a funding piece inside of there. So I think that I guess it depends that there is funding required to maintain the status quo, and there's also funding required to get to a new model of whatever that comes out to be in the future.
Because what I see is the model, we're going to a new business plan, and yet the additional funding for that business plan. So I see the status quo, but there's also the additional dollars that is required or is being the ask or the recommendation. I'm just wondering if those can be delayed until there's a business plan, as I struggle with funding something that doesn't have a plan. I know I shouldn't say it doesn't have a plan, because we are doing great work, and I do want to make sure, Mr. Galucci, the work that's being done there, things are changing and turning around. I understand that, but without having a business plan, it's just, to me, and being a business person, my accountant would say, without having a business plan, I'm not going to get you any, you're not going to get loans, you're not going to go to a bank, nothing's going to happen until you have a business plan. So I'm just wondering, when does those dollars kick in? Is it in 2 years? Because if we're doing the dollars now without a business plan, just my own personal concerns, but you can answer that or give some thought to it. Maybe it's more of a statement.
Maybe Mr. Matthews and I will tag team this. I just went over and had to check a number with Mr. Galucci. So I would say, and I won't mince any words here, at the beginning, there were a whole bunch of things that were not where they need to be. If council and all public information remembered when we talked about maintenance and a number of things when the city stepped in. Maintenance requirements that weren't being met, a number of health and life safety things, foundational requirements that then transitioned into changes in food and beverage service provider that now saves at least $30,000 a month, right, Kim? So those are foundational requirements that build toward the business plan. So that is what I would call an informal business plan. Let's like building a house. Let's build it on a solid foundation and not be painting the kitchen while the basement is flooding. So that's what we've worked on at this point, is the basics that we do in the city every day with facilities is your maintenance operations, the food and beverage service, to establish a solid foundation. The business plan, that gets into different lines and levels of service or services that they might want to provide, and Mr. Galucci can weigh in on this. That starts to, those were the big things, then that starts to look at where may this city go in the future. So I would say, and I'm not trying to weigh council's decision, I respect the political process on this, is that long-term runway or long runway is what provides a success for larger corporate name sponsorship, looking at different services, uses of the building. That's the formal business plan that provides that greater value. So to Mr. Matthews' comments about both can be true. There is a solid plan to this point, and now continuing to refine that as you go.
So fair to say we kind of got a rough business plan, not one solidified, but